The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. What we're going to do, we're going to go back in here. We are going to load Spaceplane Mark V. And we are going to fly this. Now, I saw something on a few YouTube channels where I was just watching them fly planes to try and rescue people that were stranded on the planet or something. And it pretty much gave me cool ideas for planes. Now, if we take a look at Steam? No. Which ones? Machines test should be things that I saved just to look at. So if we... I don't have some of these parts. Never mind. There should be things that were made by other people. This one was made by me beforehand because this has the tail fin you can't actually use. What is space plane? I think that's our original plane. Plane Mark II is pretty much space plane, but other stuff added to it. What I was trying to get to is, in machine tests, I saved things from sandbox mode that had some pretty cool wings to it, where it was pretty much a flat wing here, and then the tail wing was like vertical here. And it did different things, like it helped with handling it some way. I thought it was pretty cool to look at. So in the future, we might copy someone's design just to get like the mechanics of it figured out, and then we will change how it works. Now we're going to launch, and I am pretty sure that we made it all the way over to a desert biome, landed, but then when we took off, we crashed. Because we weren't taking off on flat ground. So, now I should have... Well, first we have to go back and change Jebediah out. So we might as well check the action groups while we're in here. I should have 4 action groups. Create science, collect science, transmit, and toggle the engine. So we need to go in here and change for Bob Kerman so he can reset Science Junior and the goo. And I'm guessing saving does not save the person piloting the plane. So we are going to take off and go back to the desert, which is this icon here. I actually should probably have the biomes opened up on my screen so I can see where we're going. Give me just one moment to look at this. That was weird. The website that I was going on to apparently got shut down or something. But I still found the picture. I need to make this a little bit bigger. I hear a Discord. I should probably mute this for now. Okay, I got the picture pulled up. We definitely are going to... The music working. The video game music is not working. Why is that not working all of a sudden? Why do I have no audio? Okay, there we do. Alright, coming out to the map, it has no audio. That confused me. So if we zoom in, I'm going to point out 3 biomes. Well, 4 if you include this. And I hear Tori. And you can see her coming up from the chair. So my plan for this camera is to be able to see her walk around me. What, Tori? Come over here. Hey, pretty girl. What? What? What do you guys think? Give her some treats? She wants some treats. You want to sniff? Here you go. Have some free treats. Now I gotta fix my hair again. There we go. So, looking at the biomes, we have this large, flatter area. That is the lowlands, I believe. I think that's what they call it. And then this hilly area that does not have very sharp peaks is the highland area. And then this portion right here is mountains. And then this lighter area should be desert, because it has the same color as this one, which is confirmed a desert. Now, we did travel over here, and it did count as a desert, so hopefully it still works that way. I do want to see what biome is way over here. So, it's a little hard to see because it's nighttime, but all in here, where it's a little bit darker, is, I think, a Badlands biome is what they're calling it. All I have open right now is the map, so I can't tell what they're called. If we go to the bottom, we obviously have an Antarctica biome here. And then going right here is a biome different than this biome. So we are going to travel around and try to get to as many different biomes as we can and do every science. And this whole time we have been rolling. So, let's get going. And if you guys don't remember, we have the new engines, which are stronger and obviously faster. I thought I was going to hit the ground with the tail. Turn on the lights. And we are going to go over to these mountains. Oh, I didn't want to spend that much. And I'm going to attempt to get both the highlands and the mountain. Can I zoom in on the map? I can, but not very far. Not as far as I want to. We should probably have this on surface so that I can see exactly how high we are over the ground. Now we are going quite fast, so if I throttle us down to 2/3, how slow do we go? Because that's something we haven't tested, the different speeds. And let me move the camera down a little bit so we're not looking too high up. At some point this wall is going to have things on it, but again, I'm waiting for the holes to dry so that I can either... I'm going to try to not reuse them. Because I don't think you can reuse a hole that has spackle in it. And we are tilted a little bit. Now, I have no idea how we're going to be able to get the science on the mountain. I think we're going to loop around and maybe try to land in here. Now, this, I think, only went down by like 50 meters per second. So if I go all the way down to 1/3, how slow do we go? Now, it does have a little bit of highlands around. So if I take a look here, there is a small portion of it going around the mountain. We could probably land over here, seems safe, and then somehow get the plane to go up there. I'm not sure. We definitely are going to try to land here. Let's get pointed over that way. Try to flatten out the plane a little bit. Pull up so we can climb up. We obviously slow down as we're going up. I'm going to put out the landing gears, which is going to slow us down even more. And then we definitely are going to try and glide over to here. So I think that might be enough height to try and get us to land here. And luckily our plane is very easy to control. Alright, I'm gonna try to tilt to the right. Alright, we're gonna touch down. I am going a little too fast. Maybe not. And let's put the brakes on. Are we sliding anywhere? We are not. So I'm gonna turn off the engines. And I noticed a lot of people, when they make the planes, they don't put ladders going down here. So I've seen people just press G to put the landing gears down. And then that's how they got their pilots in and out. So what we're going to do is we're going to press 1. This should be mountains for everything. And we can come back for a little bit more signs. We, for some reason, still do not have 100% transmit. We only have an additional 9%. So if we were to transmit all the signs for each thing, we would only get a tiny less than half the signs. So like this is 7.5, goes down to 3.7. So we're not going to transmit this. We are actually going to try to... we can probably get all the signs into the air and then just capture the plane. Anyway, we have material study from here. We have crew report from here. Pressure scan. Temperature scan. The mystery goo, which can come back for a little bit more science. That's it out of those, but we still have the ability to do this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up. We're going to no, we need to collect the data first. Let's go back in. Press 2. Then we get out. Because I don't want to lose that science. And if we try to reset it before collecting the science, we would lose the science that we did from it. And right here, without even walking around, we're going to take a surface sample. We can come back for a little bit more. And we're going to take an EVA report. And that's it. Now the plane is sliding now. Oh, we can actually board from right there. That's cool. Alright, so where is the next place we're going to go to? If we go over the mountain and we land in here, this is a larger area to shoot for highlands. So that's what we're going to try to do. I'm not entirely sure how well taking off from here is going to be, so I'm going to do a quick save. Cannot quick save while about to crash. Okay, so let's press G to put our landing gears out again. Turn the brakes on. And then can I quick save? Yes, I can. Now I am going to throttle up a little bit so that... Oop, I press F4. I don't know if that does anything in the game. The camera is still a little too high. There we go, that's better. Okay. SAS. Start the engines again. Take brake off. Should be going forward. There we go. And again, I have no idea how well we're going to be able to take off. So let's do full throttle here. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Okay, let's close the landing gears here. And we're just gonna head over the mountain. And then I think I'm gonna try to just glide down this other side. Actually, that is a larger area than I expected. So let's shoot for somewhere over here. And I'm just going to cut the engines now. I'm going to leave them running because I think we're going to need to continue gliding for quite a while. And in case we lose too much speed, I want to be able to turn the engines back on. Should probably press 2 so that the EVA and the surface sample go in there, into the little container. Okay. I think we should try and land in this area, so I'm going to go straight down. And then pull up here. I don't know if these trees have physics. I'm hoping they don't. Let's put the landing gears out. That'll probably drag us down a little bit on purpose. I'm just trying to lose our velocity as we're going down. So as we touch down, we're not going too fast here. Turn a little bit. And now we are definitely going a little too slow. Oh! That was our tail fin. Did I put the brakes on? There we go. What did we lose in the tail? I think just... aerodynamics, probably, for sure. We lost one of the front fins, too. Okay, we're gonna have to reset after we get the science from here. Let's do that. Press 1 to get Highland data. All 5 different sciences there. We are not going to reset the goo this time, so let's just do an EVA. Get our surface sample, which we already got, apparently. So we must have came over here at some point. Maybe not exactly right here, but we were in the Highlands before. We definitely were, because we did an EVA here. Okay, go back in. I can grab it. Last time it had B standing outside, so I don't know what's going on there. If I press B, we'll press 2, and with all items restored, we are going to recover the vessel. And I do not have the notes open to see what amount of science we need. I know it's 700 something, but I don't know how much. 750 is how much science we want to have to unlock all of the next science to progress a little bit better. So we have a total of 215. We're getting there. We're going to go back into the space hangar. And the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of these antennas. Because I have a feeling that the Communitron 16 are the only ones that do the antennas the way that I want to. So we're going to do R and go to three-way symmetry, I think. Not, we actually need more. Okay, they do not go where I want them to go. What happens if I go further out here? I mean, I get 3 antennas out the front. Not really want, and I definitely don't want them here. Let's put C on so it snaps. If I go back down to 3, the 2 on the bottom are too low. That's not too bad. I mean, yeah, they're at the bottom of the window. Maybe they are a little bad. Let's not put them on the window. Where did 6 put them? Not good. Oh, that... That is 8. That is 6. So the ones that I want, I guess, is the 4-way symmetry. And we'll just have to delete this one. Okay, now we're gonna have to set up an action group to extend the antennas. So what I'm thinking is just put them on 5. But if I'm already... Oh no, they should be on 3. Or should I put them on 2 so we collect the science and we extend them? No, I think I want a button that toggles them. So we are going to move the engines down here. I want toggle engine there. Here I want to toggle antenna so that we can retract it. This one is not going to have that. It is going to have transmit data. So conduct science, collect science, extend antenna, transmit data, toggle engines. All right, let's save that. We still has Bob as our scientist, so now let's go. Is there anything else close to us? I know we did everything on the beach as far as I can remember, because we are the beach here. Now, something I do want to know is what the heck is this? It's always been a curious thing, and I have no idea what it is. So, we're only going a little bit to get down the ramp here. But I just want to know what that is. Because right now we should be in the beach biome? Shores. Shores is what it's called, not beach. But we are going quite fast. A lot faster than I wanted to. Now, I do know that there are special Easter eggs in the game where we can find like a plane hangar somewhere. So this might be just a building extended further out. Where to those? Like there's out on that island there is a landing runway. So we can take off and land over there. And then I think that unlocks the ability to actually take off there. What is this? Oh, it's the logo from the people that created the game. So it's like a memorial. I wonder if I can conduct science on it. Like an EVA and surface sample here. Oh, it's 5. I forgot. Oh! Just pressing transmit data extends and then retracts the antennas. Okay. We're gonna see if I can do an EVA and get some science from here. And then we're going to reset the plane action groups. So this is the company that created the game. If I do surface sample, where does it say we are? Kerbin Shores, we'll keep it. What about EVA? Still Kerbin Shores. So this is nothing science-wise. Okay. So we'll just go back in the plane. I'm going to recover the plane immediately. I could have just reset to hangar. I didn't think of that. 0.6 science. Okay, in here, action groups. We don't need 3 to toggle antennas. So if I just click on that, we want to transmit, we don't want toggle. We don't want you here, we want this here. Okay, back out. Where are we going to go to next? I'm looking at the different biomes that are closest to us. The next closest definitely is the desert. Either on our landmass or the actual desert. What I want is to have the list of biomes along with this picture. But I can't have them open at the same time. There is, in the list of biomes, ice caps, northern ice shelf, southern ice shelf, so those are the things not as the pole, but around the pole. Then there's tundra, highlands, mountains, grasslands. We've done those 3, highlands, mountain, grass. There is desert, badlands, shores, and water. So we've been to almost all of them. I'm surprised if we go into the game and I, put the brakes on so we're not continuously going. We take a look at the globe here. So right here is the desert. To the right of the desert is a big crater right here. I'm surprised this itself isn't a biome, just like on the moon, on Mun. Each crater is its own thing. So I'm just reading a little bit on the biomes here. Biomes show a loose correlation with Earth's biomes. Okay. 33 location biomes. Oh, we did those. At our space center. And that's not really showing anything else other than that. Oh, there's mini biomes. Hold on. Oh, these are the launch sites that I was telling you about. Okay, so there is a word that I'm not able to probably to pronounce correctly. Baker Banner? Banor? I'm gonna type it in chat. It's all one word. I think it's Baker Banor. That's a launch pad somewhere. There's an island airfield, which we already knew about because we've flown to it and couldn't land to it before. There's a Woomerang launch site. There's a desert launch site and a desert airfield. And then there's a bunch at the main land site we already did. So we just have 4 additional areas to look for. So should we land on the runway that's on the other side of the water? I didn't mean to go that close. We know of this one. That's the island airfield, obviously. And that is some debris that we should have collected. So if I leave this here and we go to tracking station. Can I click on this, please? Oh. Recover that. I saw question marks. And now I don't see them anymore. Anyway. Let's go back to flying this. So what biomes do we have to go to on here? We need to go to the ice shelf, obviously. So the ice cap is its biome. It's the same north and south. That's not a new biome. This next to it is a different biome. That's the northern ice shelf. And then this down here would be the ice shelf, I think. There's also tundra. And going off of the colored map, tundra is pretty much mixed in with this. The closer you get to the grass. So like a small portion of this ice shelf is the tundra. We did highlands, mountains, grasslands. We did not do deserts, badlands, and we probably didn't do all science and water. So badlands is in the dark side to the right of us. It was that darker area right here where this little lake is. I don't know if you guys can see the lake. It looks pretty dark on my screen on OBS, but there is a lake right where my cursor is, and around my cursor there is badlands. Takes up a very small amount, so it may be hard to find the exact biome itself, but we'll be able to get to it. So let's go to the actual desert, the large biome, and we'll try and find this airfield and land in it and get maybe 2 sets of science. So we'll get the desert biome around the launch site, and we'll also get the launch site biome science. So full throttle. We're gonna take off. We're a little turned for some reason. I'm guessing that's when we were rolling. And we could take off now. And we're just gonna pull, whoa, not all the way upside down. We're gonna go this way. Let's do G and U to turn on the lights. I do still want to go more left. I don't know what F does, but I pressed F. So I want to go this way. And then straighten out. Turn this back to land. And we're going to take a long flight all the way. Actually, we should go over the mountain. Let's zoom out so the plane isn't too loud. We go over the mountain, it's more of a straight shot. That should be good enough. Okay. Now we just sit back and enjoy the very long ride over to the desert. Does it show... Oh, it does show our angle of attack pointing that direction. So, if we take a look around the desert, can we see what could be the launch site? I don't see anything that is very noticeable. Like, if we go over to this... Oh, you can't see that either. Oh, that's smart. Okay. I thought we'd be able to see it. Now, we are turned a little bit. Let's not turn that way. We're gonna go west for quite a while. So, in the meantime, while we're doing this, I'm going to take a second to go get something for us, because we're going to be having another... I have to make sure not to bump into Tori's water bowl. We're going to be doing another special stream at some point. Because I am a child, and me and Regis have been talking about, you know, throwing jokes back and forth, getting a Lego set, Optimus Prime. Now, in my area, I've only seen it in Target. I don't know where else it's sold, other than, you know, an actual Lego store. But I actually went out and spent too much money on getting a Lego Optimus Prime set. So we're going to be building this at some point on stream. That is not going to be part of Still into Space, obviously. I haven't decided on if we're going to wait until the 12-hour stream that we're going to have in... Well, today's Wednesday, so less than 3 weeks. And since I reminded myself it's Wednesday, let's put on the crown. So, you know, let's do a poll. I don't know how many people are here right now. I know around the first hour, there's not too many people. A lot of people come in around the 2-hour mark. So we're going to do a poll now, and then we're going to do the same poll later on. Do a Lego. So it's going to be, when should we do a Lego stream? First one is... anytime. The second one is going to be during 12-hour stream. So it's up to you. There's about a minute. We'll do the poll again later on when I know that there's more people, just to get like a more updated account. Now, if we are heading straight for the place, actually, if I open this website again on a different tab, I should be able to do the image and the biome list next to each other. So I can just toggle back and forth. Going this way, we are just going over a bunch of grassland and mountain range. We should be in the highlands right now, going off of the color of the ground. Are we still heading the right way? We are. We might also be getting a little bit of the desert area that's right here. But anyway. We're just going to take this as far as we can. We're actually still climbing. I don't think we need to keep climbing anymore. So going down should mean that we're getting faster. We're actually getting slower. That's odd. Let's pull this back up so that our prograde is above the horizontal line. Now, it should mean we go back and forth? Maybe not. We will get up to 10 kilometers at some point, probably, and then we won't gain any more height past that. Because for planes, the aerodynamics of the wings stop at 10 kilometers. Do we have the lights on? We do. Alright. Now, we are using quite a bit of fuel just to get over here. So we might end up putting more fuel or more boosters on here. We'll make a larger plane, I guess. If we're lucky, we'll have enough fuel to go north afterwards and get some science from the ice areas. The tundra, the northern ice shelf, and the pole. Now, on the map that I'm looking at, they have the north and south poles, two different colors. But on the list of biomes, it's one biome. It doesn't specify north and south pole. Just this ice shelf. So we're going to attempt to do the science on both poles, but expect no science from the South Pole. Now, right now, we are directly above what should be considered the desert area. This lighter color here is a shore area. I also don't know what happens to our plane when we go into the water. As in, can we still take off? I don't know. Now, I pulled this down a little bit because we were climbing very high. Our prograde, I mean, not just our actual height. We should max out here. Because every time we go up higher, the wings should stop working, and then we drop a little bit. But we are actually climbing a little bit higher. I am surprised. Now, if we take a look at the map here, just by zooming out, we can see this amount of land. We can just barely see the desert over there. I'm guessing when we zoom in, we can't see it at all. Are we still heading the right way? We are not heading to what is closest. If I rotate us a little bit, because we're a little tilted left. We're still a little tilted left. That's pretty straight. Now, if I go down, just to gain us a little bit of speed, that actually tilted us more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to line us up with this, and hopefully we don't tilt in a different direction. Hi, Tori. You still have one treat right here. We're going to go down here, because I think this might be a better area to land in, to take a rest and look for the other biomes. But actually, I probably should just pull up where they are. So that we can go straight to it. So if I go in here and we click Desert Launch Site, where is this at? If I take a look at the globe, I can see where it is. It is pretty far to the left, actually. So if we zoom out here into daylight, it is down here is the launch site. I can't set it as a place to go to because there's nothing there. So if I go back twice, we're just going to open up a bunch of tabs over here on the screen. We got nothing else to do while we're waiting to get over to here. If I go all the way down, click on mini biomes, I want this one to be desert launch site so I can have the image pulled up and where it is. And then I still have that copied. Scroll down again. We're going to do desert airfield because that is labeled as a different thing. And let's see where this is compared to the other one. Oh, they're right next to each other. The desert launch site and airfield is just like our main launch site, where it has both the runway and the takeoff area. And then after we land here and unlock it in some way we'll have to figure out later on, we will be able to use this to take off. So let's get another thing opened up here. Looks like I got the Baker Benor. The Inland Kerbal Space Center. It's over here by the desert. So if we go back into the game and I point it out, going off of where the globe is, looks like it's right about here. So we have the desert, and then we have the other one that has a weird name. Okay, let's pull up the next guy. Probably click this and scroll down quicker. Yep. We know where the island airfield is. We do have to land on it to unlock it at some point. Then we have the Woomerang launch site. And that is in a different area. Where is this? I don't actually know where that is on the map. I'm going to assume it's this way. It looks like that, but it's not that. It's got to be further right into the night. Is that the crater to the right? I think that's the crater to the right of this image. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so the next launch site is up here somewhere. Only it looks different. I think it looks different because it's in nighttime that I can't tell it's the same place. But there is a launch site up here on the left side of this mountain. How are we doing? We're getting closer. It's at least in sight. We actually went up a lot higher. So maybe we're not limited to a certain height. It also looks like we're going upwards a little too much. Can I pull prograde to the right? I know we're going down. If I just bring us back up. Trying to get us facing directly west as we're doing this. Alright, that's good enough. Pull us up a little bit so we're not prograde going down. So we do still have quite a bit of way to go. We could have went up here to land on the desert quicker, but since we know we have to go quite a distance away from where we currently are, we might as well aim directly for the desert launch site. And then the other one is directly above it? Yes, actually. It's directly above. So we have desert launch site here, and then the other one is right up here. We are using about half our fuel just to get over to this point. So I'm not even sure if we'll have enough fuel to get over to the desert. But maybe we're using more fuel just going up. I am curious to see what our max height is with this plane. I wish I could set a I wish I could set a target to over here. Yeah, I can't set target. Okay, we're just gonna watch from up here. Looking at our ascent line, we are pretty high up. So, I'm not sure what to do while we wait. So I think we will turn on Spotify and have some music going on in the background. We haven't had our Twitch playlist play in quite a while, so let's just start it off with that. Now, there are some songs in here that may have been just for that time that we put it on here, so I'm not sure if any of them are going to be weird now. Anyway, let's start off with Instruments of Destruction that I think Regis added onto here. And I think in the meantime, I'm going to turn off my camera and have a snack while we wait. Just trying to see where the closest snack is. So I'll still be here. I'll be talking occasionally. This one. What do I want? I think I want this. Okay, I don't want this to be loud in your ears, so I'm going to turn off the microphone as I open this. Alright, I'm back. Is the microphone working? Yes, it is. Okay. How high are we getting? It seems like this plane maxes out at 14 kilometers. That's pretty cool. It's really starting to slow down. Maybe if I go more pro grade, we'll speed up. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have made a plane with a rocket engine on the back, just to be a lot quicker. I also didn't see the answer to the poll earlier. I need that to have a noise. I just realized that the game music is quite loud compared to Spotify. Looks like we're close to being over the desert. Okay, that little bit of a snack. We are 100% over top of the desert. Not to worry. Is this playlist on random? I mean shuffle? It is on shuffle. Okay. Alright, let's see where we have to go from this point. We need to go across another body of water. And we are pretty much halfway down our fuel, I think. So maybe we land and then take off again. So I just cut the engines. We're gonna do a nosedive and get a lot of speed. In the meantime, let's turn on my camera again. will start getting burn damage. I highly doubt we'd be able to go fast enough for heat damage just by being in the atmosphere already. We were quite high up. I didn't realize how high up that number actually was. Okay, this is probably a good spot to start leveling out while still falling. Put the landing gears out. That'll slow us down even faster. Get a little bit closer. Look at a little cacti on the ground. Oh, and I also have the brakes toggled on. So the moment that we actually touch down on the ground, we should be stopping. So right now I'm gonna just glide up and down, trying to lose our speed. Oh! I saw that happening. We're coming. Oh boy. Did we lose science doing this? We did not lose anything to do with science. So I press the landing gears. We should flatten out here. Okay, so we're gonna do the desert stuff, and then we're gonna go back and try to create a bigger, faster, and stronger plane to get over here. So let's do our desert science. Should have all of this as being new. And then of course we come back later on for the other sciences. For the extra goo and a little bit extra... Oh, we can do another surface sample here. Not the sand and rocks here. You're thankful that you've been in a climate-controlled environment because it sure looks hot out here. Or out there. The sand is dry and loose, and it looks like it's going to take some effort to clean your gear afterwards. EVA. Don't think it was necessary for a spacesuit to get out here, of course. Okay, so if I go back in and we collect everything, I want to reset this. Now I can't do it from inside for some reason. So if I go out and we reset this, and then we observe it, I want to know how much science we get from transmitting. Only 30 science. That might be because we don't have these extended. So if I look at these again, it's still only 30. And here I thought it would be 100%. Alright, let's reset that then. Would it be because there's no line reaching it? Maybe we should put a relay hub around Kerbin? It wouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. Alright, anyway. Let's go back in. Make sure to collect everything again. There's nothing going on up here, so there's nothing to collect. Let's recover the vessel. And what I'm gonna do is go into the launch bay area. vehicle assembly building. And we're going to launch some relay satellites to try and help us. Just looking at everything to make sure there wasn't one at the bottom. We want this one. We're going to fly this out. SAS, full throttle. We don't have any extra controls because we're at a low-level probe. You know, let's see if we have a new probe, because I don't remember what we unlocked. That's the lander can. Mark 1 inline cockpit, so that's a new plane cockpit. It's probably bigger. If I put that there and compare it to this one. It's actually not bigger. How did I get in and out? No idea. We'll look at that later when we do the plane. We didn't unlock a new probe, though. Alright. So let's send this out. SAS full throttle and send it. Now it does have an extra booster stage in here that we're probably going to just break off at some point. Why are we rotated? Can I change that, please? What is the route here? It's this. I just want to rotate it. Like this, I think? It's hard to tell which direction I need to rotate it. Let's see if that puts north to the bottom of the nav ball. It put it to the top, so I rotated the wrong direction. Okay. But now all I need to do is click on this and press the rotate button twice. And now the north should be on the bottom, which means if I go to the right, we'll be going east. Yep, I wanted a 90 on the right. Because I want to be orbiting in the direction that Kerbin rotates. Let's turn us to the right, ever so slowly. I want to get between 70 and 60 by the time that we get to 5 kilometers. And by us getting there, I mean the prograde vector. Which, whoa, we rotate very quickly. Alright, let's lock on prograde for a little bit. Because we are wobbling something fierce. And it's not getting any better. Okay. Let's break them off. Start the next rocket. They did hit us, and I'm surprised that we didn't lose an engine from that. Why is the controls so weird? Oh, I should probably cut the engine. Yep. Alright, let's get us on the horizontal line. Why do I have no control? I think we shot up too quickly. Alright, if I stop us right here. And go back down. It's not going back down. There you go. I'm just gonna have to rotate and hope for the best later on. Let's try to get back on 90. This is oddly difficult to control right now for some reason. And I'm not sure why, but we should probably start burning again to bring our parry up. And I want us to be right here. So I'm not worried about where AP goes. Although I probably should have started burning a little bit closer. But that's fine. We're pretty close to our highest point, so we should be going down pretty soon, which means that our highest point won't keep climbing. If I cut off for a little bit here, let's get closer to it, and then after we pass it, I'm going to turn on the engine again. Alright, that's us passing our highest point. Alright, first stage is done. Start the next one. And that's our next one. We don't have a very circular orbit, but what I want to focus on is just our period, so I should go out here. What is over here? Oh, that must be the Avalon that didn't blow up in space. Now, in my notes, I wrote down that we should be at a 12-hour orbit so that we can, you know, change everything. So how far away do we want to be from Kerbin to make this a 12-hour orbit? Oh, I hit the headphone. Let's go to the parry. How do we want to look at this? Because I want to keep these somewhat equal. So we're going to do some temporary burns to see where we should be at. Or I could just Google it. Around Kerbin. To get an orbital altitude, you need to subtract Kerbin's radius from semi-major axis, resulting in altitude roughly 7.8. Roughly 7,800 kilometers. 7,800,000 meters. Alright. Let's put him in over here. Let's get our AP up to that height then. I'm just going to use this button. And we're going to burn prograde, right? Definitely want that. So this is counting it in meters. So we want the 7 as the first number now. That's 3 million. That is 7 million, but not close enough yet. Let's get this to 800. It says 868 If I can get a little bit close to that, I'll be happy. Yeah, that's pretty close. So we'll set it here, and then we'll just focus on our AP as it climbs up there. I'll stop a little bit closer to it. So let's just go and warp 2 here. I can't put us on the maneuver node, so I'm just gonna fast forward. I think this is Instruments of Destruction. Okay, let's get up to that maneuver node. Alright, hopefully I can stay here pretty easily within the maneuver node. And then let's fast forward a little bit so we can get closer to the time. 10 seconds there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full thrust. Now, we do have Kerbin music going, so I'm actually going to stop Spotify. We'll play it again later when we don't have any music in the game. Let's move up a little bit. We're a little out of the maneuver node. We will now have 2 million as our height. So we're getting closer. I should probably start throttling down to slow us down. I'm going to put us there because I need to move us back on the maneuver. There we go. Let's burn a little bit faster because we are a little too slow here. Remember, 7,868,000 when we get really close to this line. Alright, at this point, I'm going to stop, go into here, thrust limiter down, back up, full throttle, turn us all the way down. Because I'm going to get as close to this number as I can. So, 868,000. Getting close, we're at 40,000 now, 50. And do a little burst until we get to it. Hopefully you're not hearing too many mouse presses. Alright, if I can get to 750,000 on the bottom half, that's close enough. If anything, that is perfect. So now up here, I'm gonna add a maneuver. And this time I'm only worried or focusing on the period. We want to go to 3 days, 4 hours? No, we want to go 2 days, 4 hours. So now I want to burn retrograde, I believe. Bring this up more. No, I do not want to burn retrograde. I want to burn prograde. Now that is pretty close to 2 days, 4 hours. This seems very high, and as though this isn't going to be 12 hours long. So it's saying that the max height for the equation here is 8 million, and then you take away the radius of Kerbin, and that gives us the 7 million number. Meaning that if we did... Is it doing an actual 12-hour long thing? That's 3 days, almost 4 days. That's almost 48 hours in the game. We want a fourth of that. Let's restart, and I'm going to do half of that number. So what would that be? You know what? Let me pull it up on my phone, the calculator. Where is it? There it is. If I type in the exact number, and we divide that by 2, that's almost 4 million high. Because this is way too long. And if we cut this height in half, and then try to do this again where they're equal, it should cut the period down to 2 hours, since this is almost 4. If anything, it might be a little bit shy of 2 hours, and I'm 2 days, I mean, and I'm fine with that. So let's revert. This time, I'm going to save when we're... I didn't mean to revert to here. We're going to save when we're in the small orbit before we do the first maneuver. I forgot to do that. So, start like normal. This time I'm going to start pulling to the right very quickly and strongly. Because I think we start losing... What's up, where to? We are making a communication network around Kerbin because it seems like I'm not getting any connection when we were in the desert. So we're not really going anywhere. Oh, the wobbling's due to... It's shaking a lot. Okay. That's okay, our booster should come off soon and then we'll have better control. Right, there's the boosters. Let's try to turn this down. It's not really going down. Okay. Oh, I pressed on something. I don't know what that is. You guys can't see it. Why? I can't throttle. What happened there? I know I staged at one point to blow the fairing, so that would have not used the engine right here. But I couldn't turn the throttle up for that. Maintenance and infrastructure runs? Yes, that would be a good way to describe it. Let's revert to launch. I don't know what happened there. It was probably due to the thing that popped up on screen that you guys couldn't see, but it was right here. Okay, let's put full throttle on now. Okay, again, I'm going to start pulling very strongly. You know, I'm going to leave it right there. I know we're a little angled too strongly already. But it should be fine. This should get us to the halfway point with the boosters. And then with the next rocket, we'll try to get us on the 90. Or I guess the 45-degree turn. It doesn't help that we're not structurally centered up top. So that's really messing with the wings, making us wobble a little bit more. Break them up. There we go. Now we have that rocket going. Okay, let's get this closer to the 90. Then I am going to cut off the booster there. And go horizontal. As much as I can, but it seems like I'm kind of stuck to prograde. Yeah, we are kind of stuck to prograde. Look at you confidently. Turned out days, remember the first runs? Yeah, I had no idea what the heck I was doing back then. I still don't know what I'm doing. But I at least do know the better angle to keep fuel. Which we're going to have too much fuel for what we're trying to do here. Probably could have edited the booster so that we don't have too much, because we're only going in orbit around Kerbin. And these controls are very spongy. Can I not go past the line, please? It takes so long to stop the rocket from turning and then to get it started to go back. Can I at least rotate while we're going downwards? Because we're getting close to our highest point. There we go. That's pretty close to being spot on if we can stay here. Alright, at 20 seconds I'm going to turn on the booster. We're going to go past our AP as we're climbing. But that should help our AP stay low as our parry gets higher. I hope. We all just guess at us through the time. Okay, so there's our highest point. We just went past it. So we are bringing down our highest point as we're bringing up our lowest point. As long as the highest point doesn't go below 70, I'm fine with it going lower than where it is. I learned when I was testing out the controlled rockets that have... No, I put a maneuver. Oh, that's quite high on our AP, so that wasn't the perfect place to go, but oh well. What we are going to try to do now is maneuver here. Actually, I'm going to wait until we go past Perry, so that we have to do an orbit before we get back to the maneuver node, or else I think I won't have the right time to maneuver number, because we'll probably pass it before I get it set up to where we want our highest point. Which I'm going to shoot for around 4 million meters. I know I could have warped, but we're pretty close. Okay, that's us behind Perry, or past it, so at any point, that maneuver is going to be in our future. So if I just do a couple buttons there to lock this on, and I also want the other Perry, or AP, I mean. I want both of these open. So according to my math, I want something close to exactly 4 million meters. Let's go down to 3.9. And then 34,000. Oh, that was 34 there. 375, if I can get closer to that, better. Actually, let's stay a little bit above. Because we only need this one to be the exact number. Alright. That's supposed to be a geostationary. It is going to be a 12-hour period if I do this right. Actually, that is saying that it's even longer. So we're going to bring our AP up here, then we're going to do another maneuver and bring our parry up to the same or close to the same exact number. And it should be a 4-hour, 2-day period. Oh, that's right, there would be 2 day here. That's 3 hours. So is this going to be 1 day? If we bring the other... I don't know. Let's test it out. Because I think I should be trusting Google here, and maybe I just didn't read the period the right time last. When we were looking at it last. Luckily, the maneuver is actually getting closer to us as we're moving. Because it's pretty much prograde. And we're going to burn very little of this rocket here as part of this maneuver. So we're going to have to stay in this mode when we start burning. Let's speed up so we get below 10 seconds. There we go. We're going to do full throttle on this one. We'll do full throttle on the next engine for a little bit. Welcome in, first-time chatter. I assume you are a fan of Kerbal Space Program. Okay, from this point, I'm going to focus on this. And as we get close to this point, I'll turn down the thrust limiter. Yep, just started a few months ago, still learning. I also just started about a... has it been a month at this point? I know it's been about 3 weeks. We have played this game 11 times on stream so far, and we do 3 streams per week. So I need to go back here. Turn that down, full throttle again. So that I can get this number as close to what I have in my calculator as I can. Now I know I'm not going with the maneuver. But as long as I am getting close, I'm going to stop here. And just do middle burns now. Trying to get it to 34,000. And then 375. Doesn't have to be exactly where the maneuver is, so I'm not really paying attention to that anymore. We may be tilting as we're doing this. That is 2 meters higher than what I have on the calculator, so that is perfect for me. And now if I go down here onto AP, I want to try and get the exact point. I am going to move our parry up to hopefully the same number, and it should go to 2 days, or just under 2 days. If that is wrong, we're going to have to go off of what the Google says, which is 7.8 million meters high. And I'm just going to assume I misread this. This right now is our current period doing this orbit. So anyway, let's burn prograde again. I need to pull this up so I can see our parry. And I want this to be the same 3.9. We got close to the same, and that brought that down to a day. I think I misread the period when we were last looking at this. So as I get that parry at the bottom to get closer to the our current AP, should mean that we're getting identical numbers. We are not getting identical numbers. Don't know when that went super fast, or past us. Welcome in, first time chatter. What are we up to? We are making a satellite orbit so that we can have better connection to transfer data while we are getting science from around the globe. So right now I'm trying to get this orbit closer identical. That brought down the parry though. How do I address our highest point without bringing down the lowest point? Because I want them both to be pretty close to 4 million meters. And our current period is less than 2 days, so this is definitely half of where I want to be. So we should have stayed with the number that Google gave us. And again, I did not save when we were in lower orbit. You can't circularize perfectly? Oh, okay, that's fair. Okay, so again, I forgot to auto-save when we were in low orbit before I did this maneuver. So we're gonna have to restart from the, let's resume. We're gonna have to restart from the launch pad. And this time, I'll do the same thing we did the first time we tried this, so now this is our third attempt. And we'll go back to 7,868,750, or something close to that. So, we left off here. I'm going to pull us very early into about a 65 degree, because that is halfway to 45, or close to it. 4.9 should be a 12-hour period. Okay, we'll try that next then. Now, we are going to be wobbling all over the place. That's why I'm not trying to go exactly to where I want to be, which is the 45-degree bend. Until we get rid of the boosters, then we get a little bit more control over this. It's because our top part is not very structural that we go all over the place. So, as soon as our apoapsis is above 73, which is right there, I cut the engine. You Google these numbers meant for KSP or real life numbers? I Googled these. I do not know it off the top of my head because it requires a lot of math and I don't feel like doing math. Oh, I started.
That's completely understandable.
The assistant on my phone. And it listens to everything I just said. Yes, this is the math for KSP. It's not real life math. For some reason, Google said that the 12-hour orbital period for Kerbin is 7.8 million. And we tried that, and then when I tried lowering or raising our lowest point, didn't seem to line up right, and it just looked weird. So, we're going to try what chat said first, the 4.9, and then if that isn't exactly close to the 12-hour period, we'll do what Google says. Which, to me, looks way too far long. Okay, can I get closer to horizontal now that parry is closer to it as well? I can, look at that. Okay, at this point, we are at 30 seconds to our highest point. I am going to wait until we get to 20 seconds again. Do I want circularized period or high eccentric? We are going to do high eccentric for the first one because within this capsule here, we have 3 rockets. So what I really want is to just know where 12-hour period is and then actually shoot for a 16-hour period. so that I can equally space out 3 satellites 4 hours apart as I inject them into a 12-hour period. Okay, if I can just stay on this horizontal line, I will be happy. But we are bobbing and pretty much staying where SAS is. Or not the SAS, where prograde is. Just stay right here. Resonate calendar? Or calculator, I mean. I will pull that up later. Oh, we are T-minus 20 minutes until we get to AP now. I'm going to warp over to here. Oh, we are past it. Never mind. Full throttle. I thought it was still getting close to it. Okay. So as soon as our Perry gets above 70 kilometers, I'm going to shut off the engine. Doesn't matter that we're up along right now. Ooh. Oh, that was our engine right out. And we're going down. I need us to go up still. This isn't going to work. Messed up somewhere. Don't know where. Should put it up before doing the eccentric burn. I will as soon as we get into orbit because I want to do an autosave. So that we don't have to keep reverting to launch every time I want to try a different distance from Kerbin. Okay, if I can stay right here, that would be perfect for me. Until the boosters are gone. What happens if I turn SAS off? We don't wobble as much. And we are doing an ascent in the way that I want to go. Huh, I never tried that before with this rocket. Alright. Turn SAS on for this one, though. So, while we are here, let's try to pull our prograde vector down as far as I can. Probably should do a slight burn. That's full burn. Full thrust just to get us faster to horizontal. It's also giving me more control over where we're going, or facing. Although it still wants to go back to prograde vector. So I'm not actually gaining more control. I just have to keep pulling to the right until we're close enough. You know, that is pretty spot on to the horizontal line. So, I go out here. I want to get a little bit closer, so I'd speed up time by 1 tick. And then when we get into the 20-second period, or from AP, so I'm going to turn on the boosters, because that seems to be close to the sweet spot. I haven't quite found the sweet spot for this rocket, but it seems relatively close to it. So right there, I'm going to stop fast forwarding. On that site, you control how many satellites, what orbit height, and if you want to do dive or normal resonating orbits for distribution. What does that last part mean? Dive or normal resonating orbits? Is that when I would go from 16 hours to 12? I know there's an ad, so I'm not assuming that there's going to be a an answer right away. All right, we have a stable orbit. It's just how you do the equal distribution with either lower P or higher AP. Well, that part I do understand how to do because we did it with Minmus. We zoom out all the way. We already have a satellite network around Minmus that is 12 hours period. So I'm not too worried about them being centralized. I just want the period to be right. So I'm going to warp to here so that when I put the maneuver node, it's behind us. The maneuver here. So I need to scroll up and see what that number you guys told me about before. There we go, I see it now in chat. I won't be able to see chat for a little bit. So if I go in here, we press prograde a few times just so I can get that open. We're saying 4.9 million. I'm gonna put this maneuver here so it's overshot, and then we'll bring our actual AP to close to the exact number. And then as long as this gets a relatively equal distance around Kerbin, you know, visually pleasing distance, I'll be happy with it. Oh, I changed the time. Actually, that probably doesn't really matter. So, let's fast forward and orbit back around. Alright, I'm gonna catch up with chat. It looks like the only thing that's new is that there's a Pokemon in chat. We are pretty much on the maneuver node because it is almost exactly prograde. And what I want to do is go to this screen because we're going to have to stage pretty early on. And let's just speed up until we get to about 10 seconds of our burn time. Oh, that was a little faster. So start burning now. We're gonna have to stage right about now. And then from here on, we don't have to look at that screen. When we get closer to it, I am gonna mess around with the thrust limiter so that we burn slower as we get closer. You know what? I should have written down that number you gave me. Okay. I forgot to save before we started doing this again. But here's hoping that is the correct spot. So, 6,300. That's on my phone. That was me scrolling down in chat. As soon as we get to around 3.9 is when I'm going to stop. That's 3.9. Back in here. Thrust limiter down. Max throttle again. FP would be okay. And cut it there. We'll do slow burns now. So a little bit faster. A little bit further away than I expected. 906,300, or close to it. I'll do one more. That's close enough. And then from here, I'm going to grab maneuver node right on AP. And for this one, we're not going to worry about the parry right away. Want to see parry though. I'm going to be more focusing on getting exactly 2 days and 16 hours or close to it. 2 days and 4 hours, sorry. Not 2 days, 16 hours. That's almost 2 days, 5 hours. Where does that put our AP? Does put it quite high. It's still less than what Google told me. Oh, that's for the orbit around to space them out. I want to look at the height when we were at 2 days. That's going a little too slow. Okay, that's within 30 minutes. That's still too slow. I'm gonna get as close to 2 days as I can to see what the circle looks like in terms of the heights of both areas. Since this seems like I'm getting pretty close to exactly 2 hours. That was pretty much the perfect number. Thank you for that 4 million... Well, let's call it 5 million meter height. That is pretty spot on. Alright, let's bring this back up to 4 hours. And this is just so that I know which direction I have to burn as I'm going through this, and how much speed I need. We have quite a bit. This booster was only meant to get us from Kerbin all the way to Minmus, and then each satellite has its own thruster. So this is going to end up being in this elliptical-ish orbit to get caught later, and we'll delete it as space debris. And luckily, with us being like this... Oh, actually, I should go in here. And... first turn up the thrust limiter to try and get this closer to 1 minute. I want to... extend this. Oh, it didn't extend both, that's odd. So that when we're in the dark side, we still have some connection to it. I don't think we have an issue because of how close we are, but I did just in case. Alright, back to here. I'm going to fast forward. You can see the debris just floating in orbit. Okay. We are quite far away, and my headphone is beeping because my ear's touching it. Luckily, we have a minute to fix our angle here. Going too fast, we're going to overshoot it. Takes so long to slow down. Come on, go back. This time, let's not get too fast. It's pretty much just burn prograde. Which I guess I didn't really need a maneuver to know, but the maneuver at least tells me how far away and when to start. That's the main reason why I like using maneuvers for something simple like this. Alright, we are in 10 seconds, so I'm not going to fast forward like we usually do. 4, 3, 2, 1. Start burning. At some point, our P and our AP is going to flip around. On that side I mentioned you would see these numbers. I just tried some heights and 1 to 12 hours of period. That is all I wanted. So this was perfect. I'm not looking for an exact, like, circular orbit spaced perfectly away from Kerbin in every direction. I just wanted it more central compared to the 7.8 million kilometer, or 7.8 million meter orbit, because that was, like, really out here and then really close to Kerbin. It was more elliptical than this is. So I didn't really like that one. Should probably have this open. Actually, I don't need that. We are focusing on the period down here, not the height. So I just need to get close to 4 hours. It's 2 hours. 3 hours. I'm going to stop there. Turn the thrust limiter back down, and we're going to get close to 4 hours here. Yes, I do want this to be exactly 4 hours. So if we mess up, we will be turning around and burning retrograde. We're within 4 minutes now. I can actually get rid of this maneuver now. So we can just focus on the period. We're within 3 minutes. That's 2 minutes. I would burn faster so we can get closer to it quicker. But at the same time, I don't want to mess up by going past it and having to burn too much retrograde to get back into the 4-hour limit. We're within 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. I'm going to do short bursts now. Okay, that's exactly where I want to be. So what we're going to do now is we're going to be staging through these. Now, the first stage here that we're going into is going to disconnect this satellite. It should have no propulsion power, so they should stay right next to each other. And unfortunately, I did not put RCS on this. So we're going to have to burn slightly away and then turn around. Actually, I think the last time what I did was turn it. So if I retract these, we should still have a connection to it. Right now, they think controlling this engine is this last rocket, which is going to get decoupled. This is going to remain floating in this space. Now, what I want to do this at is every decoupling, I want to be at periapsis, or lowest point. So I'm just going to fast forward all the way back to peri. We're going to do one orbit. I would use the site, especially if you have periods that are not smoothly divisible. This should be. I'm not too worried about it. Alright, we are getting close. So when I see this hit 0, I'm going to decouple. Actually, I probably should do it beforehand because we have to adjust. If I do it now, we'll switch to this one. And if I just rotate us this way, I'm going to change the height a little bit by just doing a short poof. And then poof back down. Okay, at this point, I'm just going to put it on retrograde, which I think is over here. I actually don't see it, so it must be up. And then I am going to lower the thrust limiter on this. Should have it up higher. I don't want them completely like on the same orbital line. I'm not too worried about that. I just want them within same distance, I guess. Alright, we're going to bring this all the way down to 2 days. I just turned down the thrust limiter. And that's within 30 seconds. Are we still lowering the time? We are. Okay, we're going to wait these 20 seconds because it's going relatively slow. So it means I won't pass through it or pass by the number. 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop burning. And now I want to extend. Now this is meant to be a relay. It's not meant to be the other kind of satellite. I'm just going to leave it like that. So now, we're not close enough to the other rocket. And I don't think if I zoom out, I'd be able to see it. So we are probably going to have to go to tracking station to get back. For safety reasons, I do disable those the engines. Which engines do you mean? For safety reasons or for noobs? But I want this one? Yes. Okay, now that I know which one it is, let's get rid of some of this debris. I'm gonna keep this debris here so that I know which satellite to click on. This one could just be terminated. This one's terminated, and this is terminated as well. So if I click on you, we go back to fly. We're gonna do the same thing we just did with the next rocket. Or I guess it wouldn't be considered a rocket. Back to here. Now, right now, the two satellites are on different trajectories, but they're around the same time. So if I go back to Perry and we watch the satellites, we should see that this is roughly a third of an orbit further away than our main satellite. And that should mean that they're more or less equally spaced out. So if I stage, we switch to this satellite. I do the same thing as before. You know, for this one, I'm going to go down a little instead of going up. Let's go to the anti-normal here and do a quick burst. And then go all the way to the normal vector, which is this. Quick boost up. We are actually going up faster than I want us to. So we're going to go past the engine, I think. Because I don't want to hit it. Again, maneuver mode. If I start doing it right now, I think we would ram into the other engine. So we'll just float up until we're safely past it. Should have this open so I can turn down the thrust limiter later on. How high do I have to get before we are ready? Not too much further. It's hard to tell with the angle. I think right now is good enough. Yep, we didn't hit it, so we're fine. And again, we just want this period to go down to 2 days again. So right there, I'm going to turn this down. Because we are within 1 minute. When we get within 30 seconds, I will turn off the thruster completely. And then turn it on ever so slowly, or slightly. To be slowly. In 20 minutes. Now we are within 10 minutes. Saying it out loud in case it's hard to see in stream, because I know the numbers are very small. Okay, that's within a minute. So if I put this on ever so slowly. And this time I'm going to speed up time a little bit. I can't speed up while warping. So that may have messed up our orbit here a little bit. Didn't realize it would shut off the engine. Three, two, one, stop. Alright. So that means... For a second I thought I could see it. Is that one of our... No, it's staying there like it's a star. Anyway, I'm overthinking that. Back to tracking station. We now... Solar panels facing sun. I forgot to do that. Thank you for reminding me. We will go back into these and change them then. So as you can see, these kind of look close to it. Now they're also relaying to Minmus. That's what this big line is. We have nothing around Mun, because we're not really going to Mun right now. Why is there debris? What debris is that? Maybe the decoupler, probably. So if I terminate that, and then we go to this, brings us back up to here. So this one's going to be the easiest one to get back into our little orbit here. All we have to do, decouple it, go back to here, get rid of the debris, and then that's it. So I'm going to recover this. We'll go back to flying. I'm going to stage back to the tracking station. We'll get rid of this debris so that I can just turn our relay around. Oh, I don't actually know which relay it is. Not that one. It's the one that is further ahead of it. Okay. Let's get rid of that debris. That's probably the decoupler. And what I want to do is go back to Perry. Why can't I click on it? Oh, because I'm in tracking station. I need to fly first. That makes sense. Okay, we are here. Now if I go into here, I should be able to right click. Left click, I mean. Warp here. So we should see that these three satellites are now equally spaced out as a triangle within the circle. And then we're already on the retrograde vector. So I just need to burn our engine. Is this prograde? If I do a short burst, which way does the numbers go? We are on prograde. I'm on the wrong one. I forgot it's the one with the X in the center. Okay. I want this over here. So, let's do the same thing we already know what we're doing. Limiter down. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. That's within 10 minutes. If I cut us off here... How did we get to 1 day? Hold on a second. What? What? I think I messed with the wrong satellite. No, I didn't. They are equally spaced. I just went too fast, I guess. Okay, that's back to 1 minute. You just overburned slightly. That confused me so much with the time. I don't know why it seemed like it was hours away. Oh, because a day in Kerbin is 6 hours. That's what confused me. Right, I'm gonna throttle up a little bit. When it went to 1 day, 5 hours, it's like, that's not anywhere near where I was. Or wanted to be. I should be able to stop it with the speed that it's going at exactly 2, or 0, I mean. Right there. So, while we are here, let's extend the two antennas. I would have normally made this a maneuver. Not a maneuver, action group. But I didn't set that up with this rocket. I'm also going to put it on the normal vector, which just happens to be north. Tracking station. I probably should rename them, yeah. So that they're not confused with the Minmus ones. How do I rename? I've never done that. I'm guessing I have to be in here because tracking station didn't do anything. I'm looking around to see if I can figure it out without you guys telling me. Alright, chat, I need help. How do I rename? Do I click on the, do I click on this? No. Normally, it's the root part on the vessel that should have rename vessel button. Rename vessel. Oh, it's right there. Thank you. I'm not going to make them too much different than this. Kerbin CommSat Relay 1. Because I want to be able to tell that it's a communication satellite, but it's also relay specific in case we end up putting those other satellites here for, like, I don't know, maybe further out antenna reach. I'm not sure what we would need it for, but that's what we're going to call it. I'm going to just copy and paste this to all the other satellites as we go to them. So now if I go to the tracking station, we're going to work away from the bottom up because it should be renamed. And it should still be where it was. It is awesome. So, extend, extend. I want this on the normal vector, just because I like using the triangle without the extra lines. And then if we click on the probe, rename this entire thing, but number 2. Tracking station. You can switch the vessel from the map. I couldn't figure it out. I tried doing it, but it didn't work out when I clicked on it before. This is relatively quick anyway, so I'm not too worried about doing it. Alright, that's all normal. We already have the antennas extended. Rename vessel. This is number 3, naturally. Alright, let's try to click on the satellite from here. I'm going to first have to focus on Minmus. And all of our satellites are way out here. Ah, there we go. Now I can get switched to. I don't know why I couldn't do that before. The last time we tried it, it didn't work. Rename. Obviously, this is going to be Minmus instead of Kerbin. Now I'm going to copy and paste this instead. Okay, if that's one... I don't know which way around Kerbin we went in our order, but I'm going to just do counterclockwise. Luckily, these are all already facing the right directions. Number 2. And we're still going counterclockwise, so this is the next one. And you're still on the normal vector, so if I rename you, Relay 3. It's only switchable if you have loaded or commanded the vessel at least once. So vessels like rescue mission capsules that haven't been loaded yet can't be switched to unless they got physically loaded. That may have been the issue before. Maybe I didn't use it and try to switch to it. Alright, should we rename this? This is the lander that we sent here, and does not have enough velocity to get back home. Because I think we need 830 to get back home. So I am actually going to call this a lander. Switchable within a 2-mile radius, 2.3 kilometers. Okay. I'm just going to call it communication lander and label this as a lander instead of a satellite. Alright, we are done with that. That should make it easier for our plane to connect with. What we're going to do now is we are going to make a new plane that is hopefully bigger and stronger. So what I want to look at is this Mark 1 cockpit. Is it any bigger than this? I don't think it is. Oh, it actually is. Okay, so the front of this is the same as the back. Is it any better? I could recharge 50. Is it heavier? It's lighter, so that's a plus. And I guess they get out from the top here and climb down. Let's get rid of that. I'm probably gonna need something from aerodynamics. I guess this, no, not that. This? No, definitely not that one. I don't know what nose cone I need. I guess that's good enough. And what do I want to do with this plane? Yeah, I think what we'll do is load this one. I heard a noise. Thank you for the new follow. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, AFK looking for a bit, okay, have fun. We want to make this a bigger plane in like almost every size, because these I want to look small like the previous ones. I'm just taking a look at different items. So if we go to fuel, what kind of fuel does this use? Liquid fuel, but with the oxidizer turned off. So that's the kind of centerpiece that I'm looking for, center size. And this is the small one. We do have an adapter that could probably bring us to touching the tail fin. So for right now, I'm gonna do something that looks weird. Why can't I put it on the end here? This is weird. I can't explain why it's going in a weird spot. There we go. That's where I wanted it. So this would go there, and then I messed up here. Hold on. I can just get you on top of that to get rid of this. I want this, but I want it flipped. Then I want this on the end. Okay. The vision for my plane is coming together a little bit. Oh, we have the new tail, the angled tail. Let's go back until the plane was the way it was. Okay. Take you off. I'm gonna place it somewhere. I don't know where it went. You know, I could have just did Z. Oh, it doesn't get rid of it. Okay. Take that away. Put this over there. Take you away. We now have the new tail fin, which makes it easier in liftoff because it's angled upwards, so you don't hit the bottom of the tail. And then I want you right in the center. Alright, I am going to save this as Mark 5. Did I just say I have 2 different spaces? Oh, I already have the island airfield unlocked. We don't actually have to land on that. I didn't know that. That's one less biome we have to go to then. Okay, we're at here. I want to see if I can unlock something in our list of science over here. 4, 10, and 11 are the 3 sciences we want from this angle here. And I don't need 750 science to do this. I only need what? Well, to do 2 sets of science, I need 320. So here's 4. What is in 4? This allows us to do the docking ports for a space station. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Larger service bay, bigger landing can, bigger pod, new type of module. And the next one, container module, cargo storage unit, mobile processing lab. That brings us a new science. We are definitely getting this now, so that we can add that to the plane. So I am assuming that that is going to be a new science for us to do. Now this is a very large thing. So I want to know where the best part to put this would be, because we want all of these as well. Science Junior, the goo, the temperature, the barometer, all of that. I think temporarily. I have no idea what the wings are connected to then. We're going to just put these like this. Put this back on in the back. Obviously the wings aren't going to be where they are. But if I were to just move them out so that they are spaced away from this, I can't move them out, because they are stuck on the Science Junior, I assume. Alright, we're just going to have to pick them up then. So let's make sure we're on 2-way symmetry. And I'll just pick it up and put it right there. Think about how the engines are looking. I think I want a bigger panel than that. Do I have a bigger wing? That's the first question. Right. Okay, this is the same wing, so it's not B. Is C bigger? C is arguably smaller. Structural wing type. Swept there. This would turn the wing. Alright, I'm gonna keep that there for a moment. Let's look at our different connectors. We are currently using C. What does E look like? E is very skinny, definitely don't want that. What about B? B is longer. I think that's the one that I actually want instead of C, because we're going to try to put a second set of engines here. So maybe I don't want this one, I just want to put these on the end of that. Just thinking about how to change the other stuff. We have a new storage bay, right? By going to cargo, I think we have a new storage bay. What's container module do? This looks oddly small compared to the new science. Because it is. Is it bigger than the first one here? No, it is actually smaller. So I think I want that one. Wait, that's not the same thing that I'm trying to get for these. I think that might actually be in payload. I didn't unlock it, so we're stuck with this for now. For right now, I'm just going to place this on so that I have it. We're going to call this Mark 6. I hit the plane send thing. That's better than... Good luck flying. Gotta run for a bit. Check in later. See if you're still on. Thanks. Oh, they wobble. Okay, so we go back to hangar. I meant to click the save button. I want to look at our science again and see which one we need. Bigger service bay is this one, and we are halfway there. So we're not going to be stuck looking odd for very long. What gets done in here, though? Oh wait, this is meant for in orbit. We're not actually supposed to use that right now. This is supposed to be for the forgetting what it's called. Space station. I'm just gonna place that right there. So this can actually stay off. I'll add this back on where it was. And then all we're gonna do is mess around with this. So, the wheels are connected to the engine. All I need to do is not do what I just did. I need to remove this. Place it back on. That is not where I want it. That is. Grab this off and take that off. Move this in. Why does it do weird angles? It's very odd. I think I should just take the wheel off and place it with the engine the way that it is now. Take this off, put this there. Grab this and add it back to the wing. Trying to get it lined right. It's actually clipping in a little too much. A little off-centered. We can get this pretty close to being exact. It's pretty darn close. What do I want to do next? I think I want to take this off and grab a fuselage because it has 0 weight. Or no fuel, I mean. Not 0 weight, just no fuel. And I want to move this whole thing onto that part. I want to move this up so I can see underneath it. Actually, do it upside down. I want to grab this using the move tool, not that tool that I was just on. I want to take off snapping. so that it's not very jittery. Engine is in the back. We want us to not see this in the engine, so I want to bring this back. That went a little too far. I bring this to here. What about there? I still don't see it, so that's where it's going to stay. The front side, we will still see it. I'm okay with that. There is a sparrow in chat. That is Gen 1. Of course, we'll try to catch it. Now, what I could do, just so that we have more fuel, is a different fuel tank. Or maybe double it up, and then these won't be close to each other. So that is actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to alt this. Nope. Alt, click on it, and place it right here for now. Put this on that, and this on this. Might look a little odd. And by might, I think it does look odd. Because now the engine is pretty much the size of the plane, the length of the plane, I mean. We need this to be down. So that it's roughly the same height as the other one. What other fuel tanks do I have that would look better? We have this one, which is half the size. Has half the fuel. This one's 800, it has double the fuel. So it's pretty much the same thing as these two things put together. Don't think I want that. What's the difference between the fuselage and the other one? Oh, it's just liquid fuel. Okay, so we wouldn't have to turn off the oxidizer if we did the liquid fuel thing. Thank you, Gino. So maybe to make this a little skinnier, we do one of these and a small liquid tank. I think that's what we'll do. If I put you there, grab you onto that. We'll grab this, put you on there. Oh, I had one here. Forgot about it. I'm trying to make them proportionally good looking. So now if I put that there, what would we consider halfway? Actually, I think that's pretty close to being halfway. Alright, so what I have to do here is turn that completely off. How big is this? That's very big. That's not what I want. I was just curious. Okay. Didn't mean to pick you up. Thought I was on this tab. Let's bring you back. Now I have to bring you down so you're at the same height as the middle portion, or else the wheel won't be at the right height. I think that's close enough. Let's grab the wheel. That's not the grab button. There we go. But you with snapping. Right there. And what I think I might do is add the next engine. I also rotate it. That's not the right way. There we go. Put that right there for now. The wheel should be up. Try to get this aligned. It needs to go a little tiny bit back. This is on snapping. There we go. And then height. And I want these close to each other. We have the ability to put a third one, but what I'm going to do is take off this wheel. Because I think with this being extended out further, we don't need the wheel in the center. This will still be considered close to the center. And then what I really want is a longer storage bay. We don't have one. Because I don't think this would be counted as what we're trying to get. I connect this so that I can see it. Yeah, this isn't the storage bay that I was thinking of. That's for actual items that we bring from Kerbin. So I think this might be the only thing we can do until we get all of our bigger pieces. We could use the new nose cone though. So let's grab this, flip it over. I'm of course going to grab this. This time we do want snapping. We also want it mirrored on the other side. I could put a second fuselage here, put the regular batteries on this one, and keep the solar panels right there. Hi, Tori. What are you doing? I think that's what we're gonna do, because that makes sense in my head. Yeah, right there. I'm going to grab all these and just throw them away. I don't want to just grab that. What I want is another fuselage, not mirrored, and just placed right there. Then this can come down here. And then batteries. Now, 2 of these equals 1 of these. So we had, I think, 3 in each one of those compartments, so we need 900? No, we need 1800, so we need 18 of these batteries. And I think the best way to do that is to rotate it like this. What happens if I mirror it? Let's put it on the other side the same way. Let's do that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That would be 15 together, so we just need to put 1 more. And for me to do that, I want to move all these over ever so slightly. To give me a little bit more room for that last one. So that hopefully it doesn't interact with the solar panels. One more. Right there. And now take symmetry off. And these are just going to be placed all on top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That should be 16. Should be 1800, right? May look a little weird. Now I want solar panels all up and down here. So just like before, with the batteries, I'm gonna rotate them once. Because I'm pretty sure I can put these on and put one in the middle and they won't touch each other. Now I remember there being 2 per storage bay. And then there was 3, so we need 6 of these. 4, 5. I'll put 6 right there. That should still be counted as part of the fuselage. But now we get to move all of these over. If I just put you to there, where do you all click to? Not far enough. So first, I'm going to have them all click into place because they're moving in height. Okay, that is on the tail fin accidentally, so we'll have to change that. Okay. Take snapping off. I want to get these close to touching each other, but not warping in each other. This should leave enough room for that 5th one, or last one, I mean. To be right here. So I'm going to click on the fuselage, and then we're going to move it to the right. Should still have snapping on. There we go. And then if we turn it off, got it right there. Turn symmetry off. And symmetry off. Why isn't it working? Oh, because I'm in the move tool. There we go. But you, right in the center. And this one we can just eyeball. There we go. Now we could, if we wanted to... Actually, those are moved in pretty far. What would these look like if I moved them down? It actually looks a little bit better that way. So I'm going to go back and forth and move these down so they're just above the height. Or I guess I should say the roof. And this last one I have to click away from, then the click back on it. Alright. That's upgraded in a way. All of these have no oxidizer, right? Yes. They would be copied the same on the other side. How about our mass and our thrust? So I kind of want to do something I saw on someone else's plane. Does this have a toggleable thing? It does. Now, I really want to be able to put 2 of these wings back here. I can figure out where the center point is. Okay. And then take these off. But it brings the thrust too far away from the weight, so that would make us a little bit uneven. The only idea I have to make that work a little bit better is adding fuel to the back. There's another Pokemon. Nidoran, I think that's male. So the Nidoran families, if it's female, it eventually turns into Nidoqueen, and if it's male, it turns into Nidoking. Oh, there's a solar panel that's not on the right thing. If I do that, it doesn't really bring the weight back a lot. If I go back to here, it looks like it didn't move at all. Oh, it did move. Okay. The only thing I can think of is to move these around. Actually, we didn't try one thing yet. I'm gonna place them there for right now. How does this look like? Oh, it brought it up compared to center mass. What we haven't done yet is putting a new cockpit. If I go here... Oh, this is gonna be weird. Congrats, Gina, we both caught the Pokemon. Grab you, put you on there. Pretty sure I'm gonna need ladders. I don't like how the camera is stuck pointing at, like, right here. Sorry for yawning, guys. I think we might want a service bay for all of our science stuff now. Weird shipper. That's in payload. If I just take all this off, put this on. In the back, please. There we go. Which way do you open? You open perfectly. Okay, close that. You on there. Do I need the service bay? Because I could just put the goo on here. I don't think we actually need a service bay. I just put that on for no reason. What I do want to fix is the satellite back here. So if I just move this forward more. This solar panel is not where I want it. So we're gonna have to move it. That's snapping. Move it down here first, then move it in. Okay, now if I take this off, it shouldn't move the solar panel with it. No. Awesome. Okay, we were going to move this back so I can see in the middle. There we go. Take you off, take this off, throw it away. This back on. For the antennas. I think I'm going to have them off-centered a little bit. So if I go here, we press R, Control X 3 times to put it on 4-way symmetry. No, this is going to look too weird. I don't like that. Not the whole thing, just the antenna, please. Let's put them back here. Actually, that's pretty close to the engines. If I snap it to right here, what does the top one look like? Doesn't look weird. Remove symmetry and throw you away. And then all of this just needs to be moved over, but we don't want this on double symmetry. I do want it rotated. That's good right there. You can go right here. This can go over here and rotated so that it's near the two things that need to be edited. Now, I do need to add some ladders. What are these? These are the ladders that drop out. I don't know how it works. I want to see how it works. How do I use this correctly? No, I just want the one part. Okay. Now that I see how it's used. We go to here, and we do this rotate, up the other way, and then this, nope, this way. That should mean that we can get in and out of the plane at any point in time. I do want to move it over, though. It's closer to the goo in Science Junior. Just make sure it's still extended the right way. Is there anything else I haven't noticed over in here? I mean, I know what this is. We're not going to use that. Hitchhiker storage container. And that's for rockets. If I put this hitchhiker here, that is very large. I just want to know what it is. It's a large inventory. Okay. Why would that not be in cargo? Is there a difference between this and cargo stuff? I have no idea. Put that back. Put you back here. Okay, last two things we need to figure out a spot for. For this, we're just going to place it right here for now. And I can reroute to this first. We're going to get rid of this. Gonna grab a fancy nose cone. That's too big. That's too small. But I like the black nose to it. Can I get an adapter that works for that? Like this adapter or that one? That's too big. It looks weird, honestly. And it's pretty much the same as this in length, so it's not really changing much in the aesthetic. But what I might be able to do is just change the color. Well, that's a little scary. Why can't I change you to be in a different color? Change you to be a different color? Oh, I didn't mean to pick it up. We're just gonna toss that and then bring it back. So what can I change colors to? Not everything. Okay. What's the difference between this and the first one? Oh, it just doesn't have the line. And this puts rings on it. Honestly, I like the orange look. Can't change that color. Can't change the color of this. Can't change the color of that. What we could do... something like this. That's the same one. That 100% looks weird, but it gives a good spot to put the storage thing. Makes it aerodynamic instead of it being placed randomly on some other spot here. Alright, let's check the weight and the aerodynamic before I get rid of this. Center of mass is very centered. Center of lift is too far back. Now that we change the cockpit, I can move that up more. Let's move the goo up more, and I want to move this whole thing. Not like that, I pressed 2. Get this back there. Somehow that messed with the weight. If I bring this forward... why doesn't the weight change with it? There we go. Okay, so the weight and the aerodynamics are pretty much staying the same where they are, so we're not actually going to move them. What I need to do is figure out how to bring this closer. So taking it off makes it the most aerodynamic. What if I move... whoops. What if I move the tail fin closer as well? Doesn't really change anything. This is relatively small in length. What I'm trying to do is get the blue ball just inside the yellow ball. And I think the only way I can achieve that is by not doing this. And putting these up here. Now that puts them very much in the center here. And messes with the cockpit. Do I have something that can be put in front of here? That is small like this. I think I could put a... not that fuel cell. That is like a fourth of the size. Get rid of all the weight in it. I like the black one more for in the front. Okay, this is bringing the aerodynamic forward. Is there a difference between these two? $12.50, 4,000, $12.50, 4,000, 24, 24. There's no difference between these. I mean, one costs $40 more, but we don't play with money on this. So if I were to place this flat, first of all, is right there. This brings aerodynamics up pretty far. I think I might want some fuel stuck in the front here. Oh, and the antennas are inside the wing. Like, if I were to just keep adding fuel, as far as that goes, what about oxidizer? Okay, I want to see where the antennas are. They do go directly inside the wing. Is there a smaller wing? The original ones we were using are smaller. Probably going to mess with the antennas though. So what I think I should do is grab this off, place it there for now. Move the wing back. A little bit forward. Because this should still extend. I should still be able to get up there. I think they can reach going around the fin there. I'm not entirely sure if their head's going to get hit by it. But now I need to click on this. R for asymmetry. I want to snap to the middle. There we go. Grab you and throw you away. Tracked ladder. I then need to flip this whole thing upside down. I right-clicked. I was like, why didn't it work? We grab this. We put it right here in the middle. We don't want two-way symmetry. We do want it to snap, though. So right there, so it's out of the way. Doesn't mess at all with the aerodynamics. We do have two storage containers. I don't really want two storage containers. I think what I'm going to do is move this tail fin back. And then move this onto here. But I don't want it that far down. That should be somewhat in line with the top of this. Could I go up a little bit more? Like, what's one more click do? Makes it a little too high. I'm okay with it, I think. Okay, final checks. We're probably gonna have better stability because now these are longer pieces, less anchor points, like less separation. So it shouldn't wobble. It could wobble with the wings being stretched out. Let's see how the wheels are angled, because we want the back wheels to be angled in more than the front wheel. So front wheel is just underneath. We want the back wheels up a tiny bit more. So if I take off snapping, we'll first go to this one because this isn't aligned. Did I just grab the nose? I did. I meant to grab the whole thing. That all up, and then this until the wheel is off the ground. Okay. Things I need to make sure. What are you focused on? You are focused on raw, or yaw, I mean. You are focused on roll, so that means these should be focused on only pitch. Okay, let's save this and see how it handles. This vessel has no remote controlled or manned command modules. It won't be controlled. What is this then? I just didn't put a person in it. Okay. Save that again, make sure that it saves with a person in it. Hopefully it knows when we go to load it again. I just saw that Small Town Sophie is live and doing a birthday charity. So guess who we're gonna raid to in about an hour? But there's quite a bit of cool people here. And anyway, let's get back to Kerbin globe spots so that I can see where we're going. Okay, this is a test flight. It's meant to just see how this handles. If we end up getting all the way over to the desert, that's cool, but we're not trying to. Okay, I do still have the action grid set up the same way. Why am I not pulling it up? There we go. That was weird. I think maybe because we're heavier, we have to go faster before it pulls up. So let's start turning over here. We need to go over the mountain. And I don't know if it's very loud for you guys. It is oddly loud for you guys. So if I go to right about here, it's not too loud. How are we doing on our speed? We're breaking the sound barrier, it seems. Oh, I forgot to do G and U. I also forgot to set up the ladder as an action group. And now since we don't have any music, let's turn on this. I'm going to skip to the next song. And then let's see how we're doing. We are going to be flying the dark side the whole way over. We want to fly a little bit to the right Let's get right on that 270 vector. There we go. Bring us prograde, because we're going to have to climb up this hill. So I'm going to stay out here so that it's not too loud. And then I just have to worry about making it over the hill. We are this little speck here. I'm pretty sure we're high enough now. Now, our height is going down, but I think that's just because the mountain is coming. I don't think we're actually dropping. Yeah, we're definitely over the mountain now. Surprised we're slowing down. Seems like this plane might not be able to hit the same height as the other one, the smaller one. Are we heading the right direction now? Yes, we are. We just have to get over to here, I think. It's trying to flatten us out because it looked like we were turning a little too much. Okay, so I think while we are flying, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. You guys aren't going to be able to see the game. And we'll be back and see how close we got. So I will be right back. I'm going to take the music off. Good luck on catching the docks button. Let's turn the music back on. We are still on the same continent. So we still have quite a bit to go. You know what I'm going to try to do? We are going to... This is not what I wanted to do. I am trying to spin us down as we're going down. Ah, you didn't catch it! Sorry, Gina. Because this area right here also counts as desert. It does stay. pretty well. Okay, so there's two things I'm going to test out. I want to know what happens down here when we put the lander out and everything. And I also want to know what happens if we go into the water with this. Can we do our science with this plane in the water and then take off? So I just turned off the engine. And it looks like we're going uphill in a little bit, so let's go up a little bit. Should be touching down soon because we are losing enough speed. Okay, here we go. Oh, we went for a nosedive. Put the brakes on. We are going downhill, so we're going to be not slowing down very easily. Trying to turn us, so hopefully turning also slows us down a little bit. Okay, this should mean that we're going uphill. We should stop pretty easily right here. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is extend this ladder. Goes into the ground. Okay. And what I want to do is see if I can do an EVA. All hatches are obstructed, can't exit. That is something we should have tested before flying all the way over here. That angers me. So how did I get out of this? Can I get out now? It was the ladder in the way. Okay, so the ladder goes to the two lines, or the Kerbal goes to those two lines. So I really should have the ladder down here. Alright. That's annoying and unfortunate. How big is the other ladder? Also need to rotate it. Not that way. Not that way. Think I want it this way? Yep, now I can see the actual... I think we want this ladder, because it's shorter. So if I put snapping on, we get this to snap in the center. And then use number 2 to move it around a little bit. We can then get rid of this one. And our action groups. Science, collect all, transmit, toggle engine. We're going to make number 5 toggle engine. Number 4 is not going to be this. And instead it is going to be... I can click on the antenna. Transmit data. Did I get all of the engines? I did not get all the engines. Okay. So because they're put in pairs, I have to do both sides, both sets. So us not being able to slow down quick enough last time was probably due because one of the two of the engines were still on. Okay. Number 4 should be the same as 3. We're going to ignore that. Number 3 is going to be collect data. And number 2 is going to be toggle ladder. I would put it on the same thing as the landing gear, but I don't want the ladder to be out when we're still flying. Okay, we should still have a pilot. Let's see if he can get out and do an EVA. Alright, first step, EVA. Number 3, that's 2. We did put it on one of these, right? Why is 2 empty? Why are they all empty? They were all set up. We clicked save. Number 1 does all the sciences. It doesn't do all of them. We actually need this for crew report. Now it does all of them. Number 2 toggles the landing gear. Or lander, I mean ladder. Collect all. Transmit, and mess with the engines. I doubt that would, stop us not having the crew report. Does it still not have them? Oh, no, it does. Wow, weird. Alright, EVA. If I press 2, I think I might have to be inside. That might have been what it was. I wasn't inside to do the button. Okay. Now if I do EVA. And we just keep climbing down. And then if we go back in, how easy is it to go up and reach into the cockpit? Not too bad. Okay. Let's pull that ladder back in. And let's start throttling up. And we have to go west again. So that is almost west. We're going a little down now. Alright, we're doing better now. Let's get the landing gears in. Then we're just going back. I did try to use the bathroom break as part of this. What is right here? Is that a big lake in the middle of the mountain? Let's take a look at the map here. Well, the map doesn't show that there's a lake there, but maybe there is, and it just wasn't close enough. We do have a lot of fuel, and we have 4 engines. So we shouldn't have any issues trying to get here. I don't know if we're going up enough, but I think we might be close enough to it. Yeah, we might still have to keep going up. Are we still climbing? We are ever so slightly. I don't think we have to worry about the height of the mountain anymore. No, we're definitely going over it, even if we were getting close to it. So what is this? It's on the other side of the mountain. I don't see the thing that I'm seeing on the global view. Whatever this is. It's probably just this flatter area of the mountain. Okay. Now, what I just realized that we could be doing is just fast forwarding. Now, the only issue this would have is that we start going down. Why do we go downwards when we fast forward? So if I go to here and then we speed up, are we slowly going down in prograde? We are. That's odd. Okay, so every now and then I'm gonna have to pull this up. Oh, oh, oh. The fast forward movement, not very minuscule movements. Now we're starting to not be able to keep climbing. If I just keep us heading this way, we shouldn't crash anywhere. I think it's just trying to find the perfect height for the plane. But we're still going towards the desert, so we're fine. It looks like our max height is around 11.5 kilometers. Maybe just 11? I'm not sure. We're definitely staying above 11. I mean, right now we're not because we just dropped, but we're about to climb back up. And if I keep us going this way, we should be able to change our direction. Now, to get to the desert land site, we have to go over 2 bodies of water. It's really the same body, it's just 2 different gulfs. Should be seeing... yeah, that's definitely the desert here. I don't know if it's showing up very well in OBS and through stream, but we're getting a different color right here. That's definitely land. We have to cross over that and then land at the next land. Land on the next land, I mean. You can definitely see that we're on top of a land biome now. So we could touch down right here and get some desert science, but I'm going to go all the way over to the land site so that we can unlock that and use that as a place to take off. I'm trying to keep us as straight as I can. It seems like over time our plane tilts to the right. I don't know if that's a weight issue. It might be. Maybe we have too much weight on the right side and it's pulling us down. But we have the goo and all the science on the left side, so I don't know. Maybe it's worth doubling up just to keep the weight down? Or the weight even? So this right here should be the first body of land if I just get us even and turn down our speed. Or fast forward, I mean. Okay, if I take my hand off the cure right now. Yes, this is the first land piece. We have to go over this body of water and land somewhere over here. We also are about to have the sun come up soon. I forgot that we had a little bit of oxidizer for weight. So as we're losing weight here, we might be changing our aerodynamics. That might be what's going on with us turning to one way or the other. We should be fine. Alright, I'm gonna go back to pulling us up non-stop. Trying to stay as high as we can. And let's just keep fast forwarding. Whoa. We dropped about 2,000 kilometers, so we're going to bob up and down a little drastically now. But we'll be okay after it settles out. I think I might actually stop pulling up for a moment until we get closer and then do it here. So that we're not starting at a very low altitude and jumping heights very quickly. This way now we're only dropping about a kilometer if we do end up dropping again. There's apparently a little island out here somewhere. And I think that's the land we're aiming for. So we don't have too much longer to go. I would have liked a ability to go faster, but I think that would have to be a mod or something. I know there's a shortcut to it. Actually, now that I say that. I forget what it is. Alright. We're almost to the land that we want to be on. We're about halfway over the water at this point. We have a lot of fuel, so we can keep going. We could probably do both of the launch sites that are in this area. Okay, this is the point where I'm going to stop fast forwarding. And I'm going to take my hands off the gear here. Where do we have to go for this first site? It's going to be hard for me to tell because the picture is during the day and this is at night now. I think we have to go over here. So we do still have quite a bit of time to go. So I'm actually going to go back to fast forwarding. Because if I'm right, the first thing on the lit up globe should be this mounty area. And then we probably want to aim a little bit to the left. Oh, that jumped a little too fast there. I think we do want to go this way. Alright, if I check where we're going. We actually turned a little too far. So I want to go a little bit to the right more. Alright, let's check our approach from here. That is pretty much good enough getting to the spot on the map that I can't really see. Alright, so let's just keep going fast forward. And I'm surprised that the sun isn't coming up as fast as we are moving. I thought at this point we would be seeing the sun. Start tilting a little bit too far. Alright, that is a little lake. Can I see that on the map? Not really. I think this is the area I was aiming for. If I just slow us down again. And we check... It looks like that mountainous area we're heading to is what I was looking at. Okay, so let's go back to aiming west. Because it should be right on the other side of this little hilly area. Alright, are we going to be able to see it at night? How much do you guys want to bet we won't be able to see it at night? It's either over here or it's up here. So where are we at in terms of this hilly area? I think we should stop fast forwarding. That rotated too quickly. And I think we should get ready to land. And I have both of my headphones telling me that they're dying. There's a Raticane chat. I'm gonna try and catch that. That's Gen 1. No idea if I have it or not already. Alright, let's see how well we do with landing. Put the landing gears out now, I think. You know what? No. Let's put them back up. We'll bring them out lower to the ground. Doing quite a bit of nosedive. I think once we land, I will fast forward until it's daytime. Alright, we're getting quite close to the ground. I'm going to start bringing us up. We're actually not still falling. I want us to still fall. Alright, now we're getting quite close. Let's put the landing gears out, bring our drag down a little bit. Congrats, Gina, you caught it, and I think that rock icon, or emote, means that you got an item as well. I don't really remember what the rock means. You might have got a stone that, like, helps evolve Pokemon or something. My left headphone just died. Alright, I'm gonna turn on the brakes now so that when we touch down, we should already be slowing down. A little bit of bumps, a little bit of hopping up and down. We should be fine. Especially if I drift a little bit and just turn us around very quickly. It loses our speed a little bit. Alright, let me switch to the other headphones while we're stopping here. Actually, I should be fast forwarding time until the sun comes up. We should be looking at the sun when it comes up. Well, and I have to take the crown off if we're going to use these headphones, so unfortunately, Burger King crown gets taken off. I know it's hearsay. It's heresy. That's what I meant to say. The Whopper Wednesday, take the crown off. Alright, we're getting close to being able to see the sun. There's Mun. Okay, at this point we should be able to see it on the map, if we're lucky. And there's the actual shadow of our sun being above our panels, so we should be getting charge. We're not, actually. I'm not sure why, but I'm not too worried about it. Let's see if I am in the right spot. I am not in the right spot. We actually overshot where we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be way down here, not up here. We need to go... I actually have some speed with the wheels. Wow. We need to go this way, I believe. We need to get up over that ridge. So let me turn on the onions again. And then we'll take off. Only this time we're going to stay at a lower height. We're not going to go up too high. Because we should be able to see the launch sites. Is this the Mario theme song? It is, isn't it? I forgot that was part of this playlist. Right. We are heading in the general right direction. Should probably put the landing gears up. Alright, and from here on we should be fine. And I think we are actually pointing directly at it if we can stay going straight. Because it's a little bit to the south of this thing's middle point. That's pretty cool. And we don't have to be very high because we're in the area that we want to be at. We just need to get over to the mountain area. I think that might be it there. That's definitely the highest points. It's definitely a desert. There's nothing else out here. You got a stone under evolution, so it would be something you used on a Pokemon that it's compatible with, and that Pokemon will evolve. So, for example, Eevee has a few evolutions that are based on stones, and the original three, Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon, require the Firestone, Waterstone, and Thunderstone in that exact order for those three Pokemon to be acquired from Eevee. And there's other ones like the Moonstone, I think it's for Clefairy, Sunstone for multiple Pokemon, but one of them is Sunflora, which is a sunflower. There's Duststone. Wait, I did Moonstone already. Anyway. We are actually going a little too far to the right, so we should be going to these mountains over here. So let's stay on these numbers here. Yeah, if anything, we're going to shoot a little bit south of it and have to find it on our left. It should be somewhere over here. The landing site we're looking for. I'm not seeing anything so far. You also can't see anything from here. Are we climbing up? We are climbing up. Let's bring our prograde down a little bit so that we're not still climbing. We should be getting close enough to see it. But we're not yet, so we're gonna probably have to drive around, or fly around, I should say, and see where it is. Because I have no idea how small it is or how large it is. I just see a point on a map. So it gives a general area of where we should be. And I have a feeling it's more north at this point, so we're gonna turn and start heading this way. There we go. Don't know what it looks like. I think we might want to put the hills on the right side of the plane. Let's go down a little bit. We're a little high over here. I want to rotate us a little bit. I'm hoping that for something that, you know, is noticeable. I think we overshot it. Yeah, we definitely overshot it. We're going too far north now. So I think I was too high up for them to load the models of the buildings in. Now I shouldn't be too low. Or too high up, I mean. See something right there. I don't know if that's what we're looking for. Where are we on the map? We're somewhere near it. I think I might have to look up what it looks like so I can find it easier. Because I can see all the cactus. And I saw something gray over here. It looked like a thing of concrete. There it is. That's a concrete thing. Okay, so if I go up here... and then we pull back around... the landing gears out, cut the engine. We're gonna try to land over here. Because there's something definitely right there. What is that? That one could be just a stone. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Coming in hot. Okay, there's definitely some stones out here. But I don't think what I was looking at was a stone up here more. Let's give it a little bit of throttle so we can keep some speed. So those two are definitely stones. It just looks further down. Okay, while we are facing this direction, I'm going to Google what the desert one looks like. Because I've only had a picture open this whole time. It does look like a platform with 2 water towers. There's a new site added in version 1.2 of the Making History expansion. This might be something that I need an expansion for, instead of it just being everywhere. How do I see the coordinates of where I am? Let's put the brakes on and look around and see. I don't think I have the ability to see where I am. Is there a way? Didn't mean to do that. I just warped us into night. That's not gonna help us. I really don't know where coordinates are. Airfield roughly. This. Kerbal coordinates. For you to switch coordinates over your craft or by clicking info. Okay. So if we go into map and we hover over this, we want that to be the same as this. 633.37. And 143.57.0. So we need to go a little bit south. What is going on with the map here? There we go. So I want to put the mountain on my right, or on my left, I mean. Oh, there we go. Now we're going forward. Can I see this changing in real time? I can. So we're gonna try to get to this place, but reading more into it, it seems like it's part of an expansion only. We don't get the extra launch sites. I just turned our engine off. Where are we bumping to? Okay, nothing too bad. Actually, we have to go quite far to get to that 6. I don't know how many degrees there are. Where do I have to go to? Oh, it's probably to the right more. Are we flying? I said Apoapsis for some reason. I think we were flying for a little bit there. Yep, there it is again. It could be just cactuses, but I think there's something over there. How are we climbing now? I need us to be 57 west. What's going on here? I think it's counting us as flying right now for some reason. So we're getting closer, we're just not far enough south. Can I not see AP, please? Thank you. We're getting pretty close to how far west we need to go. So it's definitely not over there. I have no idea how far away this is in terms of what it looks like. Let's give us a little bit more speed as we're going around here. Well, we're gonna get a little bit of airtime, I think. Yeah, tiny small amount. Alright, let's check. Doing that weird flight thing again. So this may be all for nothing. We just spent like an hour trying to find this place to only find out it's not here at all. Let's see how far we are. We're still too far north, but we're getting relatively close in the west angle. I feel like there was a bug in my arm. Ah, come on. Alright. We're at 51 west out of 57. $52. Okay. So I guess I should probably start just going south at this point. Because we're at 6-7 now, and we need to get to 633. I'm trying to focus on our speed so that we don't go airborne coming over this hill, but I also don't want to slow down too much. Okay, we gotta be getting close to it, right? Come on, let me see just the craft. I don't want to see Rob Lapsus. Well, there's another stone. Alright, this is annoying me. I'm trying to nosedive to slow this down a little bit quicker. Alright. Where are we right now? 628, 143.53. We want to go this way a little bit. I hope that I don't keep going airborne as I'm getting over here. Actually, we're really close to being at 33. $33.57, we're on it. So, unfortunately, we came all the way over here to get extra science from going to a launch site. We'll need to find out that it's not possible without a expansion pass. So, luckily we can still do desert science, but now I'm going to make sure that the others are usable. Sometimes called a KSC-2 of Ishidi is a second spaceport on Kerbin. It's generally considered an Easter egg. It is not possible to launch any vehicles from the Space Center. While craft cannot be launched at the Space Center, the Space Center provides some recovery bonuses in career mode. Okay, so it looks like the one north of us is usable. So we can go to that one. Wait, what about Woomerang? Making history expansion, I'm gonna get rid of that. Oh, was it just that one? There's not that many biomes? Desert Boomerang. Yeah. Okay, so we only have one. Wait a second, this is Island. It's called Island on Kerbal's wiki, but at the same time it's on land near a mountain, so I don't know why it's called an island. Alright. That was to transfer, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to press 2. So that we can get out and do some surface samples here. So, number 1, we'll get a little bit of desert stuff, because we were in a desert earlier. And if we get out, and we climb all the way down, surface sample, a little bit of science, EVA, no science. Climb back up. Forward. Transfer everything. Oh, I meant to press 3. There we go. If I do container transfer data. Never mind, that's not what I want to do. View store data is what I wanted to do. And if I extend the tenants. Ah! I didn't mean to transmit. Oh. Is there no way to stop it? Alright. Let's do 4 then. Transmit all the data. I hope we got decent science for it all, though. I wanted to see if these antennas were what we needed to transfer all of the science. You can retract. Okay, well, I forgot to do one thing. We forgot to restore these. So what we're going to do now is fly up to here. We're going to go completely north. So let's take the brakes off. We're going to slowly turn the craft around. Alright, turn the engines on. Full throttle. We had a little bit of bounce that got us in flight. Okay, and now all we're gonna do which way are we facing? Not sure, but we're going up here. So we could actually fast forward through this. I am purposely staying lower this time. Quick check. We are nowhere near it leaving the desert. We have to go over a mountain range of desert. I'm guessing is this portion here. Oh, that was a little too far there. Uh-oh. Alright, that's better. If I look at our aerodynamics here, is there anything that's like causing a lot of drag? Probably the goo should probably be turned. So I could probably put the goo over here. Oh, probably also put the landing gears in. Alright, we're getting closer. Now the arrow on the picture is pointing right here, like on the mountain range. So we're gonna hope we don't have to go on the mountain, it's just in this little crevice. And I think this antenna icon there is pointing directly to it. Maybe. We should be over top of the mountains in the desert, which we are. That line definitely is pointing right there. Alright. Slow down our time. Try to get us angled the correct way. Oops. Alright, let's pull us back up. Because we're going down a little too far. And what music is playing right now? Alright, this is no longer part of the playlist, it's just playing random songs. So. Is it still pointing to right there? It is still pointing. Okay. That makes things a little bit easier. So I can actually get rid of this on the screen over here. And we want to go in this little crevice. I'm going to speed up so we can get closer a little bit faster. Oh, I do see something. Alright, I think we try to land here. And then make our way over. I'll try to turn me that way at least. Let me give us a little bit of speed so we can continue going while we're on the ground, I mean. It shouldn't be enough to let us take off, but it should at least be faster than this. There's cactus here? It is a cactus, okay. Kind of looked like it was a piece of corn. Right, we are getting pretty close to ground and not slowing down. I think I actually need to cut the engine altogether. Oh, okay, we have touchdown. Let's see, tiny bit of throttle so that we can keep moving forward. And hopefully that'll keep us below 60 miles or meters per second. And somewhere in this area, up this grass hill, is our next place to do science. I just don't know how far away it is. It's not too far away. It is up and over the hill. I start going this way. We are slowing down because we're going uphill, but then we should be able to see the launch site. Maybe not? Is there another hill? It's in like a valley. Here we go. Now we're actually getting to a peak of the hill. Turn us to the left a little bit. I am going to cut the engines here. Because there's the launch site. Actually, it looks a lot further than I thought it was. But we should be able to just cruise down the hill all the way over to it. This should unlock it so that we can use it. Is this in park? It is. I'm skipping that song. I like the song. I just don't want to listen to it right now. Alright, and this area has 3 buildings. So there's 3 things we're gonna have to do science at. Oh, there goes our wheels! Oh no! We almost made it here! It's a good thing we transmitted our science. You know what, chat? I'm gonna let it be up to you. Do we keep running? Yes or no? I'm gonna get out while the pole is up, and I'm gonna start running to these buildings. You guys tell me if you want to see me keep going to it or not. This is the fastest speed that he can go. And this is just to unlock the building so we can use it later on. I am curious what that is. Yeah, I'm surprised. You can, Bob Kerman can run 2 meters per second. Someone said yes? Oh no. Okay. We're gonna keep going. Your background is different, I am scared. That's true. I rotated the computer within the area. So now we get a Pokemon wall. The holes in the wall are still wet. And even going off of the small portion I put on the ceiling, it's still wet, so it won't be happening soon. Oh, this is a lot further than I thought it was. Are you guys sure you want me to walk that far? Anyway. Let's do another poll that I said we were going to do before. We did this once already. So, as I showed earlier on stream, I recently got a Lego Optimus Prime. So, the question is, when should we build Optimus Prime? On a random stream? Or part of the 12-hour stream? It's up to you guys. I didn't see the response at the beginning of the stream, so I don't know if anyone voted or what they voted. But this time I'll make sure to pay attention to the answer. Because I can either save it for a Saturday stream in 2 weeks now, on the 16th. Oh, that's a satellite dish, now I'm closer. Okay, well, he's going through there. Oh, I can't scroll up on the website while I'm doing this. And aside from unlocking this area, we don't actually get new science. Surface sample returns the same information as the normal space station. And the poll has ended, and 2 people said that we should save the Lego Optimus Prime for the 12-hour stream. So that is what we are going to do. We just have a little bit of time here, as we're going over one more hill before we're even getting close. How do I use the jetpack? I know it's a thing I can use. Is it RCS? And that secret Starscream? No, I did not get the Starscream. For those that don't know. When I was getting the Lego Optimus Prime, I also found a Gundam that kind of looked like Starscream, the Transformer. So I said, this is a weird looking Starscream. How do I use the jetpack? Pressing all kinds of buttons. I feel betrayed. That's map. We already knew map. Camera auto. That turned on lights, apparently. I thought lights was you. It is. What did O do? Oh, O takes off the helmet. Space makes me jump, and then I fall on my face. I don't know how to use the jetpack. Maybe we're not able to here? Because it's not jump. Not Z. I can't throttle up. There's nothing to throttle. Okay. I thought the jetpack would at least make this a little bit quicker. Wait a second. I didn't have this on the fastest speed that I could be. Is control period an even faster thing? No. Is it alt period? No. Okay. You know, instead of going up and down this hill, let's go this way. And I want to see the biomes for this thing. That satellite is a thing. The dish a bit apart from the other buildings. The VAB from the front, that's this big building here. And then the VAB from oh, that's just the naming of the pictures. Never mind. Who voted for this? Look at what we're doing to Bob. There's also the moon on screen. Okay, we're on the top of the hill now. It's a private ballot, sorry. Was it just you? I'm assuming just you? I thought it was 2 people for that. I don't remember. All I know is that someone said yes. And now I'm stuck here. When we get there, I don't know how to unlock it. Seems to treat the inline Kerbal Space Center identically to the main Kerbal Space Center for reporting craft situations, performs science activities, and recovery purposes. Currently, the game reports craft landed here as at KSC, and craft on its launchpad here as at launchpad. Tracking station serves as regular station under the name, which became its unofficial name until officially referred to as that name. Oh, it's in reference to a real life site in Kazakhstan. That's why I didn't recognize the name or know how to spell it or say it. I mean, right away. It is not possible to launch any vehicles from the Space Center, though, so there's no point in really coming all the way over here. Now, we should be having Wheel of Rainy going live soon. So there's going to be 3 people that I know of that are currently live. I don't think Willbred is still live. And I clicked out of this, so it started. Oh, looking at Twitch right now, there's quite a bit of different people. Regis, I see you. I see you on that stream. I won't tell anyone who it is. Keep it a secret. So, we are not going to have a vote on who we're going to go raid to. But you guys will like the person. They're so close. I just want to hear Tori yelling at me. Guess not. Do we get any science from being here? That's the question. Okay, I can't touch it. Willow is currently live. Alright, if I do, I have this on fast speed, so. Take surface sample? We do get new science from it. Okay, what about EVI report? Okay, we have them. He looks very scared. Also, this area is above ground. Okay, hopefully that means we're safe here. Now, it said recover vessel. I hope it recovers Bob and not the actual plane. Otherwise, Bob's just going to be over there for a little bit. There's no science here. Oh, that's just Bob. Wait, then where's all of our science from doing the desert? Is there something here? I don't know. Let's recover that. Recover this. I want to assume that every point that this is touching is a thing that we can discover. I don't know. I don't know, chat. We should have got a lot of science from the desert using the antennas. I think the antennas might not have worked. And when we exploded the plane, we lost all the science within the plane. Okay, so what I'm going to do is one more poll for you, chat. Okay, so the poll is up. Do I, by myself, without the stream, fly to the desert in the new launch site, just so that we can get the science that we should have already had? Or do we do this whole entire thing again on Saturday stream, making us take even longer time playing the game? And I feel like it's just a really big setback. What I am going to do is get ready for a screenshot. Because I want to have this plane ready. And I'm going to turn off Spotify now. Alright, we're back here. All I wanted to do was get this set up as a screenshot. So, print screen. You have that ready. Someone said yes, I should. Okay. So I am going to play this either in about an hour or two to get us caught up to that spot, or sometime tomorrow. Because I haven't... No, I should probably play this while I'm editing for the next YouTube video that I haven't been doing in a while because of doing stuff around the house. So, I'm going to leave it here. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.